He's got an open. Chancellor, before we begin, I want to thank some of the staff, if you don't mind. Is Jessica Manning in the room? Jessica, please step forward so everybody can see you. Jessica is our special events coordinator. Thank you so much for our meeting. Everything was perfect, and we're very pleased to be here. So thank you. And please, is your staff in the room? If you have them, raise their hand, please. Is Jay Halbert here? Where's Jay? Hey, Jay. Come over the middle so we can all see you there, Jay. Facilities and planning and management staff. Facilities and management. Is your staff here? Okay. Good.
There you go. Here it is.
Associate VP Doug Fox. Where's Doug? There's Doug. Thank you, Doug. Is your staff here? Our Chief of Police, James Adams. There's James. And your guys, we saw them all day yesterday. Are they in the room? One is. Good. And then the Chartwell Food Service, Richard Gonzalez. I saw Richard. Here he comes. Yeah. Is your staff in? Is Earl here? There's Earl. Everybody knows Earl. Thank you, guys. We appreciate all you did for us. Thank you very much. The meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session, the meeting as a committee of the whole, and meeting of the board. Chancellor Duncan, President May, President Nellis, President Mitchell, and President Lang. Will you please do the introductions and recognitions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's my honor today to do two recognitions for you. First, I want to recognize Leanne Luss. Leanne, would you stand up, please? Leanne is the Senior Director of Systems Relations in Lubbock. She lives in Lubbock now, works out of the Lubbock office. She joined the Chancellor's office in January of this year. And we wanted to introduce her here because she's a graduate of Angelo State University. She coordinates the daily operations of our office and serves as a liaison on special projects with our component institutions, leadership in the community. Her husband, Tim, is also an ASU graduate who received a CAR scholarship. That allowed him to play football and be on the judging team here. They have two sons. One is currently at Texas Tech. Welcome, Leanne, to the team. And then a special recognition to Dr. Dwayne Nellis, our president at Texas Tech University. Recently, Dr. Nellis was elected to the Board of Trustees of the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, which we know as SACS, the accrediting body. He's one of 7 members in the state, one of 7 members in the state of Texas. He'll serve a 3-year term. He will help direct the efforts of an organization that is recognized as a regional accrediting body, not only for Tech, but for institutions in 11 U.S. southeastern states and Latin America. And that's a great honor, and congratulations, Dr. Nellis. I also want to thank Dr. May, and of course we've recognized all the folks here at Angelo State University, and this is a great event that you've allowed us to have here, and it's been a lot of fun to work here with you and your staff. I also want to thank those that made this trip possible. Ben Locke, who takes care of us every day, and the board every day, and Christina Martinez. And all of this is not, it takes somebody that knows what they're doing to set all this stuff up. And so I want to congratulate and thank Tommy Stevens, David Hoagland's team, and all the ASU staff and many others for your hospitality and your help.
Thank you. President May.
Well, it's with great honor to be able to have my introductions this morning, and for most of you who don't know, we have this meeting very often in Lubbock, and I don't ask a lot of folks to drive to Lubbock to be introduced, but now that we're here at home, and we consider Angelo State home, not only for our staff and employees, but our students as well, we're going to talk a little bit about the whole area of what Angelo State and what it represents. And we're going to do it very hurriedly. But before we get started, something that I neglected to do last night, I wanted to introduce, I would call her the First Lady of Angelo State University, is my wife, Patty May.
Patty, stand.
She goes to...
Patty is, please stand, Patty, so we can recognize you, please. Great person. Wonderful supporter of Brian, and she truly is Miss ASU.
Yeah.
We're so proud of her. Grew up in Sterling City, not far from here. So
graduated from Angelo State.
Yeah, at hometown.
And she too goes with me to all the events, including all the football games, and the referees are deathly afraid of her. And so she lets them know it, but she knows all the players and all the students that we have. I'm going to start off with this morning. I told you yesterday that we had changed our strategy in recruiting freshmen and top quality freshmen to this campus. We did it by hiring one of our own, is Charla Adam. Charla was, she also graduated from Angelo State, grew up in Lamesa. Her father was in agriculture, which I'm sure is the roots of her greatness. And she came to Angelo State and was on our faculty for 6 years, and then she went to work for Shannon Hospital and developing Children's Miracle Network, which is one of the most successful charities we have here in town. And I got her to come back because she has people skills. She knows about recruiting and marketing and promotion. And she's going to show you a little bit of what that new strategy and the reason we've turned around freshman numbers. Charlie?
Good morning. Good morning. Pleasure to be here. It's a little intimidating walking into this room, I have to say. I am an alum of Angelo State University. I also am an alum of Texas Tech. Got my master's there and then came home. I love Angelo State University, and it's not often that you do get the opportunity to come home. And we are here, and we are focusing on different types of things in terms of awareness, in addition to the traditional types of recruiting that we do. We've been really busy, finished our last True Blue Friday in the month of February. We're taking a tiny breather, and then April is going to be on us like crazy. We call this I Chose Angelo State Month. We will have a lot of opportunities to recognize those alumni who have chosen Angelo State, our current students who are incredible and have chosen Angelo State, and then all of you who've also chosen to increase your ties to Angelo State. Through that, we'll have our car scholarship signing days. And one of the things that we have found is that these athletes back here did have an incredible opportunity with their parents to sign and choose Angelo State in a public forum in a public way. We wanted the same thing for our academic students. And so we have opportunities in a local area and then one on campus for our students to actually, who have received a car scholarship, to sign on the dotted line and claim Angelo State as their own. And that was one of the activities that we started last year. We'll do that again in April. So we have a busy April coming up, and you'll see a lot about all of that on social media and in the news. Another thing that we've done is EM Operations and Admissions worked with Sovereign Media. And Charlie Landers is the president and CEO of Sovereign Media. He is an alum, went to California and worked on several movies for a number of years and then moved again back home. We created a recruiting video with him, and we want to debut that with you guys today, if you'll give us the opportunity to do so. Maybe some of you guys will see yourselves in the video, and there's still a couple other things that we want to add to this, but we wanted to start here today and share that with you.
Oh, I know, where I wanna be.
That joining the ASU family, it's not just about a football team in some other town.
It isn't just about cool logos or some random traditions.
And even though it's a big deal, it's not just about the statistics or the huge advantages that our graduates have versus most colleges.
It's a culture, and it's one I've only found here, and I think it's worth spreading. You know, it might sound cliche or just made for a commercial, but I think it should be spread to the next generation.
Some universities say they're different, but here it's our professors, students, and especially those who have transferred from other universities who say they can't believe how friendly and helpful everyone really is.
Altogether, ASU is a beautiful place.
And it's no accident. We tried to hire faculty and staff that promote a culture of friendliness and cooperation for our students to enhance their success. It also mirrors the culture of West Texas, where we're loaded with friendly people who are willing to help us at all costs. We want to tell you why all this matters and why it will make you more successful. But first, we need to tell you what ASU is.
Many know about our frequent national best college rankings, but we could fill whole parking lots with stats in the top 15% to top 1% in the country. Academic ratings better than the big schools, and students with better success in grad schools, medical schools, and more. But how about these elite rankings at below average cost? And that's before millions in ASU exclusive scholarships. About 50% of applicants are automatically offered car scholarships, and almost 90% receive some form of scholarships or other aid. This means more freedom to study, conduct resume-building research, or just have fun. You'll also find a hip, vibrant, and enriching nightlife, but in a place that's one of the safest in the country, both on campus and off. A top 26 in nation intramural sports program where our students win national championships against the big schools but with plenty of room for the average student to play for fun. Nationally influential research projects, but unlike many colleges, they're often conducted by young undergrads like you. Over 300 on-campus events, but unusually low student fees. Award-winning private dorms at community bathroom prices, big school amenities, like a top 25 in the nation's student union, and multiple new activity centers, but without having to fight crowds to actually use them. You'll even have a lake house, one of the largest college planetariums in the country, and one of the largest working college ranch and research facilities. Professors with incredible accomplishments, but who teach small classes and really know their students. A cosmopolitan life of symphony, ballet, art museums, history museums, numerous live theater groups, and even an artist's village. But only 10 minutes away from rugged state and local parks, multiple lakes, and rec areas. Even better, you'll have this big city variety without the big city traffic jams or hassles. Plus worldwide overseas studies at regular ASU tuition rates and notable diversity. We love to tell you all this, but we'd rather show you why it matters to our students and maybe to you. From the start, Angelo State really has been different. In a segregated world where Ben Kelly had to eat in the kitchen with the cooks, San Angelo's college was unique, with the Rams becoming the first known racially integrated college football team in the South. But it isn't about just one story. It continues today.
I'm living my dream of medical missions to Central America. But when I'm back to visit, it reminds me of being 22 and having more fun than I ever expected. I had an amazing resume. I was already accepted into an elite master's program, and I had studied all across Europe. My parents weren't rich, but I had no student debt. There's only one way it could have happened for me.
Thank you for your support. We truly appreciate it.
Now we're going to start with the honors program that I told you about yesterday, which has increased by more than 30% in the last couple of years. It's really highlighted by their director of the honors program, Dr. Shirley Ove. And Shirley, if you'll come up here with me, she'll try to fill in the holes if I might mess up. But she has made this an amazing, vibrant, and has brought more recognition to this campus than we've had in years. The first young lady I want to introduce to you is the 2014 and 15 Thomas R. Pickering Foreign Affairs Fellowship, Holly Miles. Holly, would you stand up? She's from Ballinger, Texas, and she also had a Fulbright English teaching assistantship to Georgia. And Holly, we're very proud of you. In the summer of 2014, an internship for Curator's Office, United States Supreme Court, in 2014 and 15, Presidential Fellow, Center for the Studies of the Presidency and Congress, and also very active on campus from Ozona, Texas, Duncan Knox. Then in summer of 2014, we also had a New York University Writers in Florence program winner, Jenny DeBee, a political science major from Colleyville, Texas. I'm sorry. It's an English major. I was testing her to see if she'd catch it. Yeah. Texarkana, Texas. I'm on the right line now. The 2013-14 Presidential Fellow for the Center of the Presidency and Congress, Donald Moore, political science major from Colleyville, Texas. And in this relationship, when we joined the tech system, and I was going to talk with Ted in here. Of course, he leaves when it's his turn. We have a young lady who plays for our volleyball team, Katie McClay. She's a biology major. She's an early acceptance to Texas Tech University Health Science Center, and she was the LSC, the Lone Star Conference Academic Player of the Year for volleyball, a biology major from San Antonio. Is Kelly here? There she is. And I've asked Shirley to just say a couple of words.
Thank you for having us here and for honoring these outstanding students. And these 5 students that you've seen today represent the best of what our program is all about. And that's about academic excellence, engaged leadership, and community service. And it's that record of involvement that has allowed them to compete for these national fellowships and scholarship opportunities. And just to give you an idea of how competitive these programs are, Holly's Pickering Fellowship is one of 20 in the nation, and they have between 450 applicants for that scholarship each year. The Fulbright program has more than 10,000 applicants each year for 170 slots, and we have a finalist for one of those positions and are waiting final word in March. The other programs, again, highly competitive. In creative writing, the New York University program is one of the top 3 in the nation. They take, for this particular program, 8 to 10 students, and we have one of those students. We are particularly proud that Katie McClay is our first early acceptance honors students through the agreement with the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center. We hope to see many more of those coming in the near future, but we could not do what we do without the support of the administration, the faculty here at ASU, and the staff. And we are very proud of this national recognition that we're receiving, but we're just as proud of the fact that our students are from every major on the university, and that they are actively engaged in the community, and that they always represent ASU and the tech system extremely well. Thank you.
And I'm so proud that the leadership right here, I'm talking about you, helped us save that program. And now it's flourishing. So I appreciate that very much. The next student I want to recognize is the Air Force Association's 2014 Outstanding Cadet of the Year. This award recognizes the most outstanding Air Force ROTC cadet from all across the nation of 145 detachments in different universities. He was chosen from more than 13,400 ROTC cadets. His name is Dylan Metter. He's a criminal justice major from San Angelo, Texas. And his captain, Jason, you want to say your last name? It's Noctiborn. That was my guess. Noctiborn. He's a professor in aerospace studies, but Dylan is the best of the best, of the newest, greatest generation. And Dylan Metter.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come and meet you guys. And this is it's been a wild ride that I've been on, and opportunities have been open that I've never had before. And I have so much to thank this university and this ROTC program for. And I won't get up here and waste your time, but thank you very much. I'm very honored. So thank you.
Now I'm going to introduce the Intercollegiate Meat Judging Team. They won the American Meat Science Association Cargill High Plains Intercollegiate Judging Contest, and we were the only regional institution in that contest. The others were either D1 schools or land-grant schools, and I'm just going to have them stand. Katie Austin, an animal science pre-vet major from Bront. Danielle Freeman, who's from Ballinger, Texas, also a pre-vet major. Matt Murdoch, who is from Marion, Texas, agriculture leadership. Bryce Patton, an agribusiness major from Silverton. Savannah Robles from San Antonio. Did I say that right? That was, yes, Savannah. And Dalton Zip from Marion, Texas, agriculture, science, and leadership major. They beat folks like Texas A&M, we're glad when you beat the Aggies, Colorado State, Oklahoma State, and I think even Tech was there. But their coaches are Kirk Braden, Michael Bainick, and Alexis Weinheimer, and the department head here is Dr. Mike Salisbury, the chair of the department. Thank y'all very much.
Someday, Dr. May, we'll need you to explain to us about meat judging.
Meat judging. Well, they actually go in and look at carcasses and wholesale cuts of meat, and they look at them for yield and quality grade, and they do a lot of specs on the different rail part of it, but it's very intense. And I will tell you that probably Texas Tech has one of the top teams in the nation, have for many, many years. And so we're right there with them, though. We could actually compete in a lower division, but we prefer to compete in the Division I category, and so we really like it. It fits in our wheelhouse, as I would tell you about agriculture. All right, now we're going to go to intramurals, and you saw in that film, we too turfed our intramural fields, and we have some unbelievable success in intramurals nationally. And what I would like is our director of recreation. Oh, I think Bradley Petty is here. Come on up, Brad. Bradley Petty. He now is our executive director of student affairs, and he headed up intramurals for years. And what I want you to know is that we compete against all schools, Division II and Division I, in this intramurals. And we were the runners-up for the national champions, but we have been national champions several times. And we beat schools like North Carolina State, Florida State, Alabama, Auburn, some others. But we win it as a Division II school. And so the co-rec division are called IM Legends, and they won this. They were runners-up at Pensacola, Florida this year. Weston Bond is a history major from Bowie, Texas. Weston here? They're not all here.
They're going to an extramural basketball tournament.
They're competing. Cameron Boyers, T.J. Brown, Trevor Burnett, Chase Churchwell, Marcus Hartnett, Lori Potts, and Cassie Stegall. But that was and Chance Stockbridge, Valerie Villava, and Breanne Wilburn, and Devin Wildy. Are any of those here today? Got one? Okay. Thank you for representing the team. Okay. In the men's division, they were called the Wolf Pack. Is Weston Bond, Cameron Boyers, T.J. Brown, Trevor Burnett, Chase Churchwell, Justin Gartman, Marcus Hartnett, Cooper Jackson, and Chance Stockbridge. And they did very well as well. They were the runner-ups for the national championship as well. So both of them were second in the nation. And again, they beat Division I schools to get to that point, but we thank y'all, and y'all do a great job. Thank you. Now we're going to go in a little bit into athletics, and I think Dr. Nellis said it best. Academics is by far the most important, and it's what we're here for, is to crank out education, diplomas, and to do it with the very best quality that you can have. But what Dr. Nellis said, athletics gets so much exposure that it is literally your front door. So what we do in athletics is we try to combine, just like tech, academics with athletic competition. And I think we do a great job, and you're going to learn about some of it now. We're going to start off with volleyball. And if Coach Waddington would come up, I would like for him to say a little bit about who are the folks that we have here and our record this year. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you for having us here today. It's pretty cool for us to be able to be in front of you and talk about our seasons and our players. I will say that I had never heard of a meat judging team before I came to Angelo State, but I would volunteer to be on the meat eating team anytime. Honorary captain, whatever you want. Our volleyball team had a great year. We've had a lot of great years in a row. We've done pretty well. We get a lot of support from both the students and the administration. Dr. Mays at a lot of the games, you know, he'll talk about his wife yelling at refs, but he has his way with the officials a little bit. But you know, we have our two captains, Shelby Wilt, Katie McClave. Would you guys stand up real quick? These two have done an excellent job in leading us, and you'll notice that Katie was also mentioned when we talked about the honors program, and being our first ever junior accepted into med school at Texas Tech, which is a pretty cool thing. I like that she's wearing the jacket because it's hard to be an athlete and be a high-level student, and she and Shelby actually are pretty close. They're 4.0 kids every year. You know, we're proud of them and all of our kids. I had 16 kids on my team this past season, and 12 of them were over a 3.4, 3.3, 3.4. You know, our team GPA is close to 3.5. You know, so I have 3 kids of my own, but I have 16 here, and I would treat them like that. I appreciate them for what they do on and off the court. But on the court, it's what they get recognized for all the time. And we're, you know, we've been ranked as high as number 7 in the nation in recent years, and you know, it's not by accident. These girls worked their tail off for us. This past season, we were second in the conference. We were in the conference championship in the tournament for the 5th straight year. We made the NCAA tournament for the 4th straight year. We were Libero of the Year, which is our defensive player in the conference. We had the Newcomer of the Year in the conference as well. And also, probably the most important to me is the Academic Player of the Year, which was, again, Katie McClay. You know, this team, they get a lot of accolades, but they earn them. They work for them. And, you know, I'm glad to be in a place where, you know, I look up in the stands and they're full. And they're full of students. They're full of faculty and staff. They're full of the community. And it's a testament to how hard these girls work. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And again, this last fall, all 3 sports made it to the NCAA playoffs. And so we will have Travis McCorkle come talk a little bit about the soccer team. Their captains are Natalie Nielsen and Caitlin Conaway.
Hello, thank you for having us. Thank you. It's nice to have the president as your personal microphone adjuster. We had a very good season, and I wanted to start off, first of all, I want to thank my staff. I rarely have the opportunity to publicly thank them, and so just quickly, I just wanted to have them stand. Yeah, so my first is my assistant coach, which is Shayla Sabin. My graduate assistant is Dre Arand, and unfortunately she's sick, which a lot of our team is getting over right now. But she's our graduate assistant. She does, obviously, as many of you know, lots of stuff that we don't want to do. The other one is Rainey Falkenberry. She's our athletic trainer. And then also a graduate of the Texas Tech program, Andrew Perez. He's a local Lakeview student, was a local Lakeview student. So he's our volunteer assistant coach. We had many academic things that we received recognition for this year. One of the things that we had is we had 6 players receive a 4.0. We had, I believe it was, I'm going to mess this up. I asked them 5 times beforehand, but we had, I believe, 5 players that were received all conference recognition. We had 2 players, the 2 that one of them is student teaching today. Her name's Caitlin Conaway, a senior captain defender for us. And so she's not here, but the other one is Jenny Kotowicz, if you'd stand up. Yeah, the girls that received the all-conference recognition, if you guys would stand up. I'm not sure how many of you are here this morning that could be here, but if you received the all-conference.
Why don't the whole team stand up, if y'all don't mind? Y'all stand up so they can see who you are. There you go. There you go.
Thank you, girls. And I did want to point out, I know that one of the all-region ones that we got, I believe it was all-region, was Haley Mendel. A sophomore midfielder / forward for us. So our team had a very successful season. We made it to the NCAAs again, won our first NCAA conference, or our first NCAA game. We set records for a number of shutouts, a number of consecutive wins. I believe fewest losses. I think we headed into postseason play with only 3 losses. We were averaging 4 goals a game in our first 8 or 9 games. And so it was a very successful season, and so we're very appreciative of the opportunities that Dr. May and the athletics department and Angelo State have given to us. So thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to football, and with Coach Wagner, he'll come up, and I think you have about 5 players. Why don't y'all all come up, the football players, come on up here. I don't think we have a few. First, we have Dominic McCoy. Which one? There you are. He's a sociology major from Houston. We have Blake Smith, a business major from Burleson. Blake? I want to tell you a little bit about Blake. Blake, in the third game of the season, broke his leg. And the first playoff game, he scored a touchdown. He came back from breaking a broken leg. Not only is he a great student, great individual, he's amazing. Also, one of the other captains is Kyle Washington. He's our quarterback. Kyle, you come over. I want y'all to meet Kyle. He's met the chancellor before, and of course Mickey. He not only is a good young man, but he set the record for the Lone Star Conference for most total yards rushing and passing, and he also has a 4.0. He got the LS Lone Star Conference Academic Player of the Year for football. So we're really proud of him. We also have Paul Mason. Paul? We hired him. He graduated in December. He's going to be working with one of our recruiters, really strong in fellowship of Christian athletes, outstanding personality, and he's one of those kind that we want to convince folks that they're coming home, and Paul helps do that.
Number one on the field, number one in your hearts. Thank you.
And then we have Talon Smith. He's a kinesiology major. Talon is one of our good players. Receiver, right? Yeah, and done a good job. We have Warren Truesdale. Warren's not here this morning. He was our backup quarterback, and he is graduated, and he has decided to go to seminary school, and also an outstanding. And Rush Seaver, who was all-conference linebacker, he couldn't be here with us.
Okay, I appreciate you guys taking time to let us come and recognize some of our players. We're very fortunate to have great leaders on the football team, and that's one of the things that we've been trying to develop since we arrived here in 2011. And I'm very fortunate to have an unbelievable staff, and I know Coach Washington and Coach McCorkle are in the same boat. And we're only as good as our leaders, and it starts with our staff. And I'm very fortunate these guys are here today. I want to introduce those guys individually. We got Jay Eilers, offensive line coach. Jeff Gersh, defensive coordinator. Drew Dallas is our receiver coach, recruiting coordinator. Theron H., assistant head coach, offensive coordinator. Gary Salgado, defensive line. And then I have 3 grad assistants that, at our level, we're not as blessed to have 10 coaches like you see at the Division I level. So our grad assistants, from an experience standpoint, get more than anybody. And they're coaching, they're leading meetings, and they're on the road recruiting. And we have 3 with us today. We got Mario Ramos, Brett Story, and Anthony Lewis. All these guys do a great job for us. And I know as a head coach, and Dr. May can voice this as well, anytime you have a staff that you trust in every facet at every time of the day, it makes your job easier. And these are the reason why that we are so good. And we had a great year. First time since 2005 we made the playoffs. First time since 1997 we won a playoff game. And so we're excited about the upcoming season, and we look for great things to happen. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my introductions.
Thank you, President Ray. We didn't recognize Lena earlier. Lena, please raise your hand. She's the lady that makes everything happen. Trust me. If you call President May's office, she's the one that answers. Doesn't matter what time of day. Thank you, Lena. President Nellis.
I was going to mention that Dr. Mitchell asked me to inform you that he has a conference call related to nursing accreditation, and he apologizes for not being here, but he has no introductions.
Okay.
I also have no introductions, so thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Blaine.
No introduction, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for those introductions, recognition. The board will now recess to conduct the trustee meeting of the Carr Scholarship Foundation. Chairman Steinmetz.
The meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Foundation is now called to order. The first order of business is the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the Carr Foundation meeting held on October 10, 2014?
So moved.
Second. Hearing a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The motion passes. The second item will be the acceptance of the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation. Ms. Turner, will you please present the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation?
Yes, thank you. So every year the Carr Foundation has a financial statement audit, and this audit was conducted this year by the local CPA firm of Oliver Garrison, and they've actually done this audit for many years. We appreciate, I want to say really quickly, we appreciate their willingness to work closely with the auditors of the Texas Tech Foundation, Inc. I mentioned yesterday that they audit the whole long-term investment fund, and Carr Foundation has a portion of that, and the Tech Foundation has a portion of it. So rather than those two sets of auditors duplicating work, they work together to audit that once and rely on each other's work, and we really appreciate that. It saves us in audit fees and in time. So most importantly, with regard to this audit of the Carr Foundation for the fiscal year ended August 31st, 2014, most importantly, the audit firm issued an unmodified opinion, which is what you want. The Carr Foundation is in a healthy financial position for this year, and just a few of the highlights. Net assets increased by $17.5 million, primarily from net unrealized gains in the long-term fund. Carr had almost $125 million invested in the long-term fund as of August 31st. Realized earnings this past year on Carr investments in the long-term fund were $6.9 million, and distributions to Angelo State were $6.5 million. And this is based on your approved spending rate for the Carr investments of 6.5%. The auditors also have to make certain required communications to the board and senior leadership. And in the letter, which is behind the audited financial statements, there's some important information. This letter confirms that there were no disagreements with management, nor are these auditors aware of any situations where management was opinion shopping or asking other auditors' opinions on audit issues. They did make some adjustments to the financial statements that are material. However, these are routine, and they're really based on timing differences and the natural delay between year-end when we get statements from the investment advisors, and then when they're doing the audit, they can true up those fair market values and receivables. The auditors did not issue a management letter, which would have been used to document any internal control weaknesses they noted during the performance of their work. And Jerry Wotek, the audit partner, is here if you have any questions.
I move acceptance. Thank you, Regent Francis. Hearing a motion, is there a second? Second. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Turner, please present item number 3, a report on the audit of oil and gas royalties, Phase 1.
Okay, thank you. This is an audit that the board actually requested. Regent Walker was very interested in taking a look at royalties received by the Carr Foundation. It was performed by BOK Financial, doing business as Bank of Texas, and they were selected through an RFP process that Mr. Brunges and Candace and I were all involved in. We chose the top 25 revenue-producing oil and gas properties for this audit, and the audit included reviewing systems, processes, files, operations, controls, and procedures of the Carr Foundation offices, so it was very in-depth. I want to be sure and recognize the Carr Foundation staff. Candace and her folks do such a good job. The auditors were very complimentary of the Carr Foundation staff and of their operations. They noted numerous best practices that are in place for the receipt, negotiation, and execution of oil and gas leases. These include using an experienced oil and gas attorney in negotiations, requiring not less than a 1/4 royalty on new leases, handling oil and gas revenue checks in strict accordance with their processes and procedures. The retention and maintenance of their files is excellent, and then they do perform audit work on oil and gas revenue checks to verify matching against what's reported to the Texas Railroad Commission by operators. There were a few recommendations to further enhance the operations of the Carr Foundation office, and the Carr Foundation staff has begun implementation of these. Mostly these were documenting procedures that were already in place in their office. You have the Carr Foundation's response in your information, except for a recommendation to verify mineral interest through either title exams or obtaining title opinions. They agree with the other recommendations. With regard to verification of mineral interest, they actually believe that the ownership inventory that was identified in the Carr's estate tax returns, along with copies of all source deeds, provides sufficient documentation of the Carr Foundation's mineral interests. And unfortunately, the auditors from BOK were scheduled to be here in case you had questions on this work. They couldn't get here because of the weather. But if you have questions, I'm happy to take those back and then send you answers to those.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Are there any questions or comments regarding this matter?
Kim, there was the issue of going back and verifying title to the mineral interest. Is that a follow-up item as a result of this report?
I think I'd like Mr. Brunges to help address that, but I understand that the opinion is it would be cost prohibitive to go obtain title opinions on all of these properties.
We have good title opinions from the time that the car's deeded in the property to us. So what it would mean would be going back and looking at that and then to look at any actions that have occurred in the meantime. That means searching through deed records in the various counties, and it may be very costly. We've agreed to go ahead and estimate the cost, and then we'll give a report to the Carr Foundation at the next board meeting. If the cost is extreme, the thing is that the properties that are in question have withstood the test of time and have been leased and released and things like that. So they've withstood the test of time on title searches. So we need to evaluate how much more value is added by doing that. Technically, I believe the auditors are correct. We should have had title opinions, but we believe the will and the inheritance passed on to us through the Robert Carr and his wife's estate is sufficient at the present time.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any further questions? Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the independent auditor's report on the oil and gas royalties phase 1 as presented? So hearing a motion, is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion passes. Ms. Brewer, will you please present item number 4, a report on the Carr royalties?
Yes, good morning and thank you. I have some good news and some bad news with regards to royalty income this morning. We'll look at the good news first. And as Kim has stated, and also you've seen in your audit report, FY14 was a great year, especially with regards to oil and gas royalty revenue. Depicted on this chart, you can see that in 2014, we brought in over $8 million in oil and gas revenue. Approximately $800,000 of that was for a lease bonus in Reeves County, Texas. So minus that $800,000 lease bonus, royalty revenue was about $7.2 million, which puts us in line comparable to our past 3 years. So now, moving on to the bad news, I get to prepare you for what 2015 is probably going to look like. If prices remain where they are right now, we could see anywhere from a $4 to $5 million year for FY14. This projected decrease is because of the collapse in oil prices currently, and the oil and gas industry is currently experiencing an oversupply in oil production and also a weakening global demand that are driving those prices down. So the red is projecting FY 2015. So on our next chart, we're comparing our monthly revenue, and in the dark blue columns, we're looking at FY 2014, and in the light blue, 2015. So as you can see here, FY14 started out great, or actually was great. Our monthly revenue was between $500,000 and $600,000 every month. Now, when we move to FY15, you'll notice we started off great. September looked like it was going to be the same as it always was, and then when we get to November, we start to notice that decline. Even in December, there's also a decline, and then moving into January, this is where it gets considerably worse. Our revenue was a little more than $300,000 in January of 15. This is 47% less than that same month of the previous year. So also keep in mind that this is a 60 to 90 day lag. So when we're looking at January prices and production, that's actually coming from November. So we haven't seen the worst yet. Now, on this last chart, we're looking at oil and gas prices. We have seen a 50% decline since January of 2014, going to January of 2015 at $55. We're still expecting that to fall more going into February and March. So everybody hates to predict oil prices, and that's very difficult, but if you look at what happened the last time oil prices collapsed back in 2008 and 2009, oil went from $140 a barrel to less than $40. It crashed at 40, and then it wavered there for about 4 or 5 months, and then it started its climb back to 70. The experts say that it is going to stabilize at around $70 to $75. They just don't know when. There's a lot of differing opinions. It could be sometime this year, or it could be 2 to 3 years from now. Also, while the rig counts are decreasing in the Permian Basin, activity is slowing, and companies are pulling back. Things are still on track, especially in Reeves County. The Delaware Basin, which is Reeves County all the way up to Lee County, New Mexico, is generating astonishing returns today. Production numbers are coming in around $1,800 a barrel. 1,800 barrels, yes, excuse me, of oil per day. We recently just executed a pooling agreement in Reeves County for a 4,000-foot lateral horizontal well that is going to be spudded in March. So we're very excited. The Carr Foundation owns a sizable interest, a 1/16 mineral interest in that property, so we're eagerly waiting those initial returns. And also we're seeing prices drop as far as, the cost of drilling. Those prices are dropping, and service costs are coming down about 30%, which is also helping to spur some of that activity along, even with low prices. So that's all I have. If anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Mr. Steinmetz?
Yes, Mr. Burgess.
May I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I think it's very important to note for the board and for Angelo State that the oil prices themselves don't affect the number of scholarships or the amount of scholarship dollars that we award from the Carr Foundation. This is truly a very wise endowment that was set up by the Carrs. The oil revenues of that go to the corpus, and therefore it does not affect the funds that are generated. We have $122 million at the end of fiscal year 2014. That is what we use to generate the returns and the 4.5% or 6.5% that is used for the Carr Foundation scholarship. So that's very important that we recognize that. The second issue for the board to be reminded about is, if you remember correctly, Regent Walker a couple of board meetings ago presented a chart about what we were going to do with the excess oil revenues that were coming in. And as a result of this, we've taken care of that problem. So, so I want to just note that for the record. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. May, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I concur with Mr. Brunges is that, while this slows down the amount going into the corpus or to the principal, it's still a sizable income going in each year. This is not a static gift. It's a gift that keeps growing from the bottom up. And so it's allowing us to do things that we never dreamed of. And certainly we appreciate the the Regents and your management of this foundation, because it's been a blessing once we joined the long-term fund.
Very good.
The impact on our ability to give out scholarships is the performance of the long-term fund.
Right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Correct.
That's what I was trying to say.
Not
Yeah.
over. That's right.
We should be more worried about that. than
Candace,
this.
thank you for that report. We appreciate your leadership. As the chairman has said on a number of occasions, you and your staff do a tremendous job, and we appreciate the work that you do and the manner in which you do it. The final item of business is announcements. Are there any announcements that anyone on the board would like to make? If there's no further business to come before the board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion and a second. This is the meeting of the Carr Foundation stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman Summer. The meeting of the Board of Regents, Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as committee of the whole and meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the board meeting held on December 11th and 12th, 2014? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. We will now consider items as committee of the whole, and I would ask the vice chairman to preside over the committee of the whole. Regent Anders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item is consideration of the consent agenda, items A through J, as listed on pages 1 through 18 of the agenda book, and the information agenda is listed on pages 19 through 22 of the agenda book. Is there any discussion of the items in either of these agendas at this time? As a reminder, if there is an item that you would like discussed in further detail and voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that that item be moved to the committee of the whole agenda. Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items to be considered by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Anders. The board will continue meeting in open session to consider reports of the standing committee. Chairman Steinmetz, will you present the items considered for action by the Finance and Administration Committee?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the Finance and Administration Committee of the board met in open session on Thursday, March 5th, 2015, and considered items 1 through 14 as presented on pages FA 1 through FA 5 and 6 of the agenda book. I request the following items be considered as a whole and be approved as a group. Item number 1, ASU approved fee assessment schedule effective fall semester 2001. Item 2, TTU approved fee assessment schedule effective fall semester 2015. Item 3, TTU Health Science Center approved fee assessment schedule effective fall semester 2015. Item 4, TTU Health Science Center El Paso approved fee assessment schedule effective fall semester 2015. Item 5, ASU approved agreement for the food services. Item 6, ASU approved reallocation of the long-term investment fund. Item 7, approved modifications of language for the permitted use of Department of Intercollegiate Athletic quasi-endowment. Item 8, TTU authorized engagement of a consultant for transit planning. Item 9, TTU authorized president to execute contracts for the bookstore operations. Item 10, TTU Health Science Center authorized president to execute a contract for anesthesia services. Item 11, TTU system approved amendments to Chapter 6, Regents rules regarding fundraising. Item 12, TTU system approve amendments to Chapter 7 of the Regents rules regarding fraud policy. Item 13, TTU system approve an amendment to 16th supplement resolution to the master resolution. The committee accepted the following report. In addition, item number 14, TTU system review of the 2014 annual financial report. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval for the items presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Finance and Administration Committee.
Thank you. Chairman Lancaster, you present the items considered for action by the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee of the Board met in open session on Thursday, March 5th, 2015, and considered items 1 through 19 as presented on ACS 1 through ACS 28 of the agenda book. I request that the following items be considered and approved as a group. Item 1, ASU, approve changes in academic rank. Item 2, ASU, approve changes in academic rank and granting of tenure. Item 3, ASU, approve appointments with tenure. Item 4, ASU, approve the addition of the Doctor of Education degree with a major in curriculum and instruction in the College of Education. Item 5, TTU, approve changes in academic rank. Item 6, TTU, approve granting of academic tenure. Item 7, TTU, approve changes in academic rank and granting of tenure. Item 8, TTU, approve appointments with tenure. Item 9, TTU, approve designation of Horn professorships. Item 10, TTU, approve emeritus appointments. Item 10A, TTU, approve conferral of an honorary degree. Item 11, TTU, approve online Masters of Arts degree in Strategic Communication and Innovation in the College of Media and Communication. Item 12, TTU, approve Bachelor of Science degree in Sports Management in the College of Arts and Sciences. Item 13, TTU, approve Master of Science degree in Chemical Biology in the College of Arts and Sciences. Item 14, TTU, HSC, approve changes in academic rank. Item 15, TTU, HSC, approve granting of tenure. Item 16, TTU, HSC, approve changes in academic rank and granting of tenure. Item 17, TTU, HSC, approve appointment with tenure. Item 18, TTU, HSC, El Paso, approve changes in academic rank. And finally, item 19, TTU, HSC, El Paso, approve granting of tenure. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval of the items as presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Take a breath.
That was a long list.
Long meeting, long meeting.
Chairman Francis, will you present the items considered for action by the Audit Committee?
Mr. Chairman, the Audit Committee of the Board met in open session on Thursday, March 5th, 2015, and considered one item as presented on pages A1 through A3 of the agenda book. I request the following item be considered and approved, which is a report on audits from the university system. Mr. Chairman, the Audit Committee also convened an executive session, at which time no action items were considered or approved. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval of the items as presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Please continue.
This concludes the report of the Audit Committee.
Thank you. Chairman Monfort, will you present the items considered by action for the Facilities Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee of the Board met in open session on Thursday, March 5th, 2015, and considered items 1 through 3 as presented on pages F1 through F5 of the agenda book. I request that the following items be considered and approved as a group. TTU, approve a project to renovate the Petroleum Engineering Building, Phase 1. Item 2, TTU, approve permanent right of access and use of Texas Tech University land to the city of Lubbock. The committee also accepted the following report: TTU System Report on Facilities Planning and Construction Projects. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval of the items as presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you. We will continue meeting as the Committee of the Whole and meeting of the Board. Ben, please present the schedule of the board meetings for 2015.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the board is set for May 14 and 15 in Lubbock. There will be many commencement ceremonies done on or about that time. Angelo State will be having commencement ceremonies on May 16. Texas Tech University ceremonies May 15 and 16. The Health Sciences Center ceremonies scattered over multiple days because each school has their own commencement ceremony. And Rick, El Paso does theirs, the School of Medicine
sometime about that point in time. So it will be a busy time for the board with meetings, commencements, and the legislative session will be building to a crescendo with only 2 weeks left in the session at that point. So we'll have a lot to talk about.
Thank you. Jared, would you like to share any comments with us? I think you were studying back there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen on the board, honored guests, it is again a great pleasure to be speaking to you today. My report today will be brief. I believe the students that Dr. May introduced speaks enough for ASU, that more than I could possibly say myself. So student government has been working diligently to continue to grow the student discount program. They've been very active, very involved. I'm expecting that we will reach the estimated goal that I projected at the start of the year, which was 100 businesses by the end of my term. We're really excited about that, really proud of the hard work that they've put into it. The Student Energy Efficiency Committee, C, has seen, no pun intended, great success in their conservation efforts. I've been very impressed with their work in getting all of the residence halls to buy into the conservation program. To help do this, they have created various scholarships from the money that they save for the conservation efforts. Actually, I was just getting final numbers from my chair of that committee, and he told me that $1,400 was saved last month with Plaza Verde alone. That is more than I was hoping for, more than I was expecting. We're very pleased with the efforts going there. They're working with various departments as well to help host a Earth Day event in this upcoming month. So they are very busy, and very involved. Members of my executive cabinet have been working with the leaders from the Korean Student Association to create a program similar to Big Brothers Big Sisters. In essence, the program will pull in international students to pair them with American students. The American students will then meet with their international buddies at least once a week for lunch or dinner, something on campus. The hope is to increase cultural exchanges and more well-rounded students, while at the same time fostering lasting friendships. I had the opportunity to live in Japan for 3 years in high school, and let me tell you, the friendships, the relationships, and the knowledge that you build from these kind of programs, you can't overestimate them. Elections for this next year's student government will be starting within the next couple of days. Really excited for that. It's pretty, it's kind of surreal. Can't believe that a year has already gone by. But I'm excited because I know that the field of candidates forming are going to do a phenomenal job next year. And I have every trust that they will continue to do great work for this university. You know, and elections are also exciting because I'm a political science major, so I like watching the intrigue and the house of cards that plays out with it. So thank you so very much for your time, though. And as I wrap up my report and my presidency, let me just say that all is safe and sound with Angela State. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Jared.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I'd like
sir.
to make one announcement. Jared has done one of the best jobs of any student president that we've ever had. And just to speak, we had the Texas Tech Day in Austin this week, and he told his fellow students going down there with him, if you're coming down there to party, don't come with me. We're going down there to work. And they did, and they...
Is that what he told you?
He did. I actually heard it from my vice president, Dr. Javier Flores, but he's
Dwayne told me the same thing.
he's all business, and this is my turn. He's killing me, but he's been just outstanding.
Can't take him anywhere.
I can't think of anybody better than Jared Coker, and he's just a great guy.
Thank you, Brian.
Hayden Hatch is not here, I don't believe. Is Eric here? Eric Edwards? No? And Jeremy Stewart is not here. The board will now convene in executive session as authorized by section 55. Excuse me, Ben.
Parliamentarian.
Did your student government president send a statement?
Oh, he did? Okay, I'm sorry. Jeremy Stewart sent a,
To enter into the record, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the board, I apologize I am not there to deliver this message in person, but I thank you for allowing me to represent our school on this matter. the matter being tuition fee increase. In order to adequately gauge the opinion of my peers regarding the increases in tuition, I felt a poll would be the best representation of attitude toward this item. I presented the item summaries to the students via email and provided them an opportunity to vote yea or nay for the increases as separate items. In short, the majority of the students who voted were against increasing the institutional tuition and for the clinical simulation center. More specifically, for the institutional tuition increase, 63 voted against and 42% voted for the increase, while 55% voted against increases for the clinical simulation center and 45% voted for increases. Although I am surprised by the results, I feel these numbers accurately reflect the opinion of our students. As medical students, we carry a high burden of debt, so many students fear the possibility of uncontrollable debt for future generations of doctors. A few students expressed specific opinions regarding the increases and voiced their concern that this would set the precedent for future increases. I trust that you will weigh the responses from our students with the needs of our institution, and you will act in our best interest. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to represent my peers, and I will see you all in May. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me personally.
Thank you, Dr. Lang. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551071, 551072, 551073, and 551074 of the Texas Government Code. We will meet in the UC room 105 to our right. We now convene into open session. Regent Anders, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. There are 3 action items out of executive session today, and I'll read each one, each motion at a time, if that pleases the board. Motion number 1, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board authorize the chancellor or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute an agreement with a consultant to assist with an evaluation of processes related to the Texas Tech University system, infrastructure, and capital improvements planned under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Second item, I move that the board authorize President Nellis or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute an agreement with the City of Lubbock for a permanent right of access and use to Texas Tech University land for a city drainage improvement project under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lastly, I move that the board authorize President Nellis or his designee to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary contracts and work orders for a rehabilitation, recovery, and repair project at the Wiggins Complex, and to also transfer an amount not to exceed $2.5 million to fund the project under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the action items out of executive session to be presented at this time.
Thank you. The final item of business is announcements. Are there any announcements? Brian, thank you for hosting us. President May, you did a great job.
I gotta run.
Very good.
I gotta go, but I appreciate all your.
Good luck in the ball game.
We're shocked you're still here.
And,
Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Turn to me.
So moved.
The meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System stands adjourned.
All right.